飲み込んで今飲み込んで朝の戦争始まる前の声で消えれば心の横本気の地獄通り抜けてほしい目隠れの字で今の声で歩き続ける海による先ほどなんだった両親満身ののよ追い風と当てないでいて私は霊体ここにいるだけで霊体なんだもっと丁寧にダメだったけど動けなかったように離れないよ残そうがなってもっと丁寧にダメだったけど余裕を飲み込めるうちに話を先にごちそうさま夢からその日でを口を持ち上げるような鏡の力血を選ぼうかそう飲み込んで今飲み込んで歩き続ける海による先だ目のないから誰になかったみんなのそばにも夜がついてゆけ気づいた刺されそうな両親震える自分で魂離れなかった話はもう限界これが私の正解なんだもっと丁寧にダメだったけど迷惑みたいなように爪の上を片付けようかなってもっと丁寧にダメだったけど余裕を飲み込めるうちに話を先にごちそうさまもったいないくれ今別れやがったけどどれを祈ってたのは目になる感じでようならってもっと丁寧にダメだったけど余裕を飲み込めるうちにごちそうさま
Yay. Yay, hi. Really, really fast. Until... Okay, I'm not sure that's really how that works. I don't think breathing fast will help my lack of a drink of water. Like, my cup's completely empty and that's so rare. But exciting news. Last night I bought Ace Attorney Chronicles because it was on sale for $23. So I've bought it. We have it, so we can play it later. It'll be great. It'll be great, and I'm very excited to do that. I got some Stowaways, some new ones. They cost like, this is like a big 50-gram punnet, and it costs like $1, and they're fucking good. So finally, strawberries are not shit, and I can eat them without being like, wow, I wish I was eating something else right now. Yes, pay mother $300 so I can live here, thank you. And then 50, 1, 2, 3, and that's my next payment on the 10th, and then 24th, week before the con. This is all fine. Cool. So, how are you guys? How's everything going? Jesus Christ, my headphones are loud. I don't like having the volume not very loud when I'm streaming. So I can like hear people and things. But I don't care how fucking long the streams ends up being. We are finishing this goddamn game today. If it ends up being short, I don't know what we'll do then. Aside from a tier list. But other than that, look, if this ends up being a 2-hour stream, I'll be sad. I'll be sad. I'll be really sad. What do you mean you're doing? Oh, dude, if you don't like playing League, you don't gotta play League. Don't listen to all them guys. You don't gotta play League, man. Just play a game that you enjoy playing. Like put this game on in the background while you play Stardew Valley or something. Anyway, Damn we'll be thinking of you. I'll have no reason to reference you in the future. The 20-minute stream. Yeah, I'll just fly through the second half of this investigation and the 3-part trial. It'll only take 20 minutes. Okay, well, fuck you, music. Let's not dilly-dally. We've been dallying for the past 10 minutes. And not like I've got any life updates to be telling you all. So let's open my fucking game. Game, open game. Yeah. Here you go. Game. Yeah, no, not that. Whatever that was. Yay, Game! Yes. So we left on a cliffhanger on the Wednesday. And I'm so excited because I get to hang out with everyone that I love. All of my favorite characters are here today. I hope you're not dead, Maya, because that'll be depressing. Fortunately, the sacred cavern wasn't caved in. Wow, that's very lucky on your part, Phoenix. But what we found is something none of us could have expected. Psyche locks? Oh. Just... How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris? Iris, please tell me, what the hell is going on? Oh, there was a thing, there was a to be continued right there. I should have just waited a little bit. Well then. Well, that's the end of that, guys. We did it. There we go. Shh. I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. Right. Is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah. The trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't do that. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth? Edgeworth, baby, this is not the time. Come on, honey. Baby, come on. I'll give you a big old hug and we'll figure this out, okay? Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Oh, Phoenix, this is the first time I've ever heard you concerned about your boyfriend. Like, you'll want to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous, I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Oh my god, she cares about... This is everything you've ever deserved, Miles. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Bye, honey. We'll talk about this at home. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Phoenix, don't say that about him. He'll be upset. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to do an effective job. At any rate... What the fuck's that? At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can help some of these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but what? when I saw these chains here, and I saw all the extra locks that someone had put on the Sacred Cavern's door, and who in the world would do something like that? These locks are sacred treasure of the Kurain tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Francisca von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of the locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them, but it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day, if I had to guess. A whole day? I mean, there's hundreds of ways to do it, Phoenix. Unless you're getting it right the first time, then... Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do it for us? Sure. I'll do whatever I can. You've got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call it on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in the room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the inner temple. And then you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the inner temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. I knew it. There's something going on here and we don't know. Alright. Hello, we're hanging out with Francisco and Francisca. Edgeworth is like 5 meters away. Oh, I'm pretty sure Gumshoe's hanging around somewhere. Godot's off doing whatever the fuck he's moping somewhere. But everyone's here. That depends on what you mean by a show called Arthur. If you mean the, quote-unquote PBS show, then yes, I do. He's an aardvark. He's not an anteater, he's an aardvark. I think it's time you told us the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was, Iris. I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Bikini? Talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training on the inner temple, but... well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. Oh, yeah, Fern! Oh, I love Fern. Fern's such a sweet girl. I'll take that as a compliment. Someone thinking of Fern when they say me, that's great. So, I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. How is that impressive? The acolyte's actual training was due to start at 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let's see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple, so I would have left about 9:40 p.m. I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you're saying doesn't add up with this. That's a good question. What doesn't it add up with? Received before lights out, bell at crime, regional weather report. That's fine. The murder weapon, the thing. Body was left at 10. 10 to 11. Rang, lights out. Yeah, this one. Your testimony that you rang the bell. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were in the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. You were at Hazakura Temple, you were in the inner temple, there were 2 of you. I mean... on the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means that there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy! How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. Seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? And show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there was more than one of me. That's a good question. That's a good question, Iris. Something that proves there was more than one of you. Would it be the drawing? Maybe? I've got no clue. Well, it couldn't hurt to present it. Mr. Wright. When you said there was another me, I was kind of expecting someone who looked like me, you know. I guess so. In that case, are you saying that I look like this person? Well, I can't say with 100% certainty, but can you show me something you are 100% certain about then? Iris is determined to hide something from me. I can't drag it out of her unless I show her irrefutable evidence. I'm sorry, Iris, right? I don't mean to be uncooperative, but you're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me. So you want someone that looks like you? I don't think I have definitive evidence to prove there was two of you that day. So I'll have to come back after a little bit. I'll be heading out now, Iris. Go chat with my boyfriend. You know, we've got lots to discuss, such as, if we want to get married in the future. You know, the boy things. The cops are still combing this place. I look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Hi. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow. Can't believe it's still bothering him. Phoenix. Phoenix, it's because you haven't held his hand and reassured him yet. Okay, look, I don't think... yeah, okay, yeah, Miles, do you happen to have a picture of a chick I was dating in college that you may or may not have met? Did you happen to know who I'm talking about? Edgeworth? Hey, don't dare run away! Yes, my headcanon that this man gets lost in thought and startled out of it. It's real. What do you want, right? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. Oh. No, do it. Hug him, we all need it. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris? Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Phoenix, you better fucking hold his hand while he tells you this. Do it for all of us. He needs it, you need it. Come on, just hug him. You guys were putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here. There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes? No, though. Thankfully, the nightmares have stopped. Oh, honey. Oh, my precious baby. I want to take you out to a nice cafe and get you a tea and some cake. But still, if the grounds give even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Exactly, get him some tea, pat his little head, he deserves this. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. I don't know why we need to be having this conversation, we already know this, you and I. We were deprived of oxygen, and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. Phoenix, you're making him retell this story. You better kiss him when this is all over. I lost everything that day. All because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, myself. It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I love you, Edward. My baby. My sweet little baby. I'm sorry, right? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. Not after you saved me. Edgeworth. You're stronger than you think, so don't really self-pity, okay? Say that out loud, Phoenix! Say that out loud. Say that out loud, and then kiss him on the forehead. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look at her file. Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. That's a lot! And I was right. I had seen her face before. 6 years ago. 6 years ago. It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, right? I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. I'm an attorney, Edgeworth! What? Why not? It may be a crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple, and neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and that woman Edgeworth knew. Do I have anything that could, like, just be, like, obvious? I don't think I do. I don't think I have anything like that. Owie. Ow. Anyway. Wow. Anywho. I'm not sure that would really do anything. Anyway. I'll come back to you, beautiful baby. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try and gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, Kisses Gumshoe, and Pearls. Special bridge. It was weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're the only one. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there, sulking again. Sure, why not?
Oh, Mr. Nick.
Pearls! What are you doing here?
Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, I see.
Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the losers' shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that?
Look, Mr. Nick. Mr. Maurice did a picture of me.
That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather some firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. Maybe get some not half-rotten potatoes. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't I try getting fired up about becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down.
Oh, Mystic Maya.
Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Hey, I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls?
I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing.
See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know.
It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy.
No. It wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you. Iris really flew that night.
But, Mr. Maurice...
Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg you. Yes, the picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in this picture. It looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's that look of doubt on your face? Pearls?
Yes, Mr. Nick?
I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you? And what exactly were you doing when it all happened?
I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick?
Sorry, Pearls, but yes it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be with Miss Junim's in Miss Junim's room reading a book together. But Miss Junim was murdered and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. So what exactly happened that night, Pearls?
I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick.
Oh, poor Pearlie.
I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished.
What are you talking about, Pearls?
My spiritual power. It has disappeared.
What? Our powers have disappeared. What do you mean your pals have disappeared, Pearls?
It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint.
Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls. Did you try to channel someone's spirit right there at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps. Where'd it go, Nick? You made her cry. That's... What? That was really cruel of you. Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her psychic locks to get the truth out of her. Oh. Come here, Pearly. Let's just have a talk, okay? After dinner, on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunim's room reading the book together, correct?
Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end.
You didn't go.
No, there was someone else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous.
So Pearls never went to Miss Dunim's room because she was too worried about something or someone else.
Pearls.
On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? The Inner Temple? You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay?
You mean you know?
If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth?
Okay.
You went to this place for a very simple reason, and that is... My only guess would be Maya, right? You were worried about Maya? Because it was cold and stuff? Or this? I don't really want to be wrong. Maya, Misty, Maya, Misty, Maya, Misty. Because my guess is it definitely has something to do with Misty. But I don't know how much Pearls cares about that. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course.
I signed up for the special course.
Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you?
Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple.
And then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple?
It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10 o'clock. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10.
Until after 10? How did you know what time it was?
Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out.
She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura temple bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of the bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible.
She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell?
Huh? Oh,
I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about hearing that bell is... because you were meant to meet with her at 10, right?
You know, Mr. Nick, I think you should take a break now.
Yeah, me too.
Even your hair's starting to look a bit tired, and spikes aren't looking so sharp.
Like, picking this piece of evidence wasn't so sharp of me either. Anyway, you said you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
Huh? Oh,
I know why. Do I know why? That's a good question, Phoenix. Why couldn't you afford to miss the sound of that bell? I don't know. I'll come back to you, Pearly. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe was Miss Sister Bikini's type. Okay, sure. Oh, okay. Well, what's the damage? How's the sacred cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks, and that were stopping us from getting into the sacred cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those locks are those of the Karain tradition. We have Iris at the sacred cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, Sister Bikini. Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes. You were telling me how the Master of Karain disappeared 17 years ago? I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman she proved she was the Master, she said, someone is trying to destroy the Karain tradition's main family line. I am here to put a stop to them. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line. There is only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Karain, and her daughters the main family. All other mediums become branch family members, with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have, and always will, plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Master case. And during Maggie Bird's trial too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me when I need her the most. The Karain technique has made a huge difference in the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? Oh, you remember, Phoenix. It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the record still exists, if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. The DL6 incident. I knew it. Really fucking dragging everything out, aren't we? The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney in that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit and learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Maya's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case that the world had ever seen the Karain tradition openly involved in. And truthfully, you didn't fail. The guy just had no fucking clue who killed him. It was only over the media. It was all over the media. The public, the judiciary, the people of Karain village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's power was a sham. And then she just disappeared. Vanished. While everyone still thought she was a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Karain tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan... Does she mean Maya? The spiritual power of the Karain channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before.
We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the panel to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Army. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. And it's always the case, the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life as a result.
Do you know about Mystic Mia? Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumoured to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her mother, Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mum and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan is a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at Maya's home, Karen Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have realized that Iris... Huh? Iris... What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. Huh? What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops! I thought you already knew. It sounded like you met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest! That child... she's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up to be the next master. I see. So, I've been all wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? There's 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Karain's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be... could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What is the name of Iris' sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, as a clue, I guess. Jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. Plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get more info.
Alright then. Can you tell me anything more then?
Iris had a twin sister. That's really all I know about her. That and the fact she was taken away from her mother by the jeweler father. I don't have any idea where she is or what she does now. I could tell her that she probably have a cornery and a half. Okay. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming?
Hi.
No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to touch in the channeling room of Karain. I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not the investigations. Well, that's not what investigating's all about. The investigators investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have. Good cases where we've lost along the way. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight. He's gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So, what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, Val. I made a promise to Mr. Redworth. Hi, money. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter. So, how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And we're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at the HQ. What? You mean? I don't have the details now. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in the safe cavern, I'm gonna be faced with an ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me, I don't know. They're not my words, pal. And then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? Well, what they mean is that they can't question her, and the case may very well go unsolved. That's what he means. About this letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting my gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I found is some burnt up old letter. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was in the incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. The incinerator? I knew it! I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it here. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Come to you, idiot. It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I'd better give it a good look over and some serious thought. Make sure to chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Hang on, I want to actually have a look at it right now. Tab. Enter. Careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is... She is... The whole... Here is a picture of her. Use it. When you channel her, I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the... Also make... Tell anyone of this letter. Make sure you don't tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Oh, poor Pearly. Pearly, I've got a question for you, hon. So, what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, wasn't the Shishi and Shishu that we found and impaled in the victim's body? Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's why you're running around like a headless chicken looking for it now, huh? Yeah, man, it is tiring work. But, let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's this secret weapon of people's? You wanna know? You've gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So, what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector! Raise your hand if you didn't see that coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out? Hell yeah! We can play forensics expert. Come on, pal, it's good fun, I tell you. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget, the absolute best. It's so sensitive you could make it cry. It's so high tech it could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So, now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure. That's why we're trying to find it. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. As a sound the metal detector signal makes. Next, move the detector around the courtyard and take a good look-see. Don't worry, this baby will know when something's metallic. Press enter, we hear a good hard sound. We might find gold doubloons. Hopefully we do. Yes, Gumshoe, thank you for the explanation. I don't think I needed it. This looks like a wallet. Aha! That's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. I mean, yeah, just, you know, his ID card. You know, that's important. How come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. Yeah, makes sense. What's this? A pen. Hey, I've been looking all over for that pen. Huh? It's yours? Yeah, my old man gave it to me when I qualified as a detective. He told me it'd be good for sticking the in suspect's face. That makes your detective sound really nasty. It's my dream to stick it in your face one day, right? Then don't go losing it. I mean, you can stick it in my face whenever you want, detective. Looks like there's something buried around here. Don't touch that now! Huh? What is it? It's a trap! People set them out here in case of us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap for detectives? You mean like those fierce traps with sharp claws, sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those! I got my fingers caught in one of those. Your finger? There's a bit of cheese and it looks so tasty. I reached out and then bam. I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. This is Mr. Nim's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood, but the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing is made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find out if it's metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is the job for the top is coming off. Look what you've done! You've damaged the really important piece of evidence. Yes! It's a sword. That's a sword. Inside the stuff. Is this... Could it be... the murder weapon? Nope, not what I wanted to ask you about. Yes, yes, get on the fuck with it. I never would have guessed there was a sword concealed in the victim's stomach. I didn't call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. Workmanship is really something else. Oh, thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword. Or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why is a sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe. Who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know until this until I discovered it just now. Well, as I say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there was any traces of blood on it. I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course! This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shichin Shito, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to the forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it had been wiped off. See you later, pal. Bye, Gumshoe. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're gonna get that stuff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a little while? Huh? What are you talking about, Hal? Please? Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know. I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think Maya's been in place, Gumshoe? Let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of Verindian there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing though, staff's a secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of the mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Love you, Gumshoe. And thank you for the offer. I can't help but wonder though. What was at least your Nim doing with a staff like this in the first place? Ooh. Oh, big hugs for Gumshoe. I gotta go take Pearl now. Nope. Sorry. Main gate. And go to the suspension bridge. And go to Heavenly Hall. I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess I must have gone to collect firewood. Because I have to check back later. Come on. Well, I had things to talk about with Pearl. I'm not sure if this will really do anything for you, but... Hey, Edgeworth. Do you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but... Problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father. A jeweler, I think. A jeweler. Right, okay. I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case, 6 years ago. He's I don't know, he's adorable. Squishes his little face. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Fawless, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Fawless conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. Wow. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So, after Terry Fawless died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected to this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Yeah, real embarrassing if you ask me. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty. Thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. Killed by the state, okay. She was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock to you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder. It seems you're not aware yet of one other connection, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Corain channeling technique. Did you say Corain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Of course he does! Oh, yes. I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent. I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. Yes, Edgeworth, we already went through this. You don't need to, like, relive your trauma for me. They were stumped, and that's when they called in her. She was a famous spirit medium from the master, and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room, it's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident for case file and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth. You'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Korean channeling technique is real. Oh, you gotta kiss him. Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him, please. Kiss him, please. He deserves it. Anyway, Iris. Hi, Iris. Let's, get back to you telling me about things. No crime. This person saw you on the night of the murder. Bikini. And me, the most reliable witness I have, saw you too. Which you should not have forgotten. Icon training, 10. And how you yourself said that you rang the bell. At 10. And the only possible explanation... The only possible explanation is that there were two of you. And the reason I know that is because you have a twin. I have a firm grasp on the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know that. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you, who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is the channeling dojo, a training ground of the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the only other half of me who passed away last month, just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw in the inner temple that night on the night of the murder, it was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept. I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father, that's awful. But I promised I'd help her. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fair. Our mother was the eldest daughter in the main branch of the Fayla family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over the master of Karain. That would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Karain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident.
Look, my real question is, why do you all know that it's called the DL6 incident when while we were doing this, we've established that most people don't know incident codes like that.
After that happened, our father took me and my sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and he had no reason to stay there.
And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple.
Yes. The woman my father took as his wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his family, you see. Oh. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected from her own family. I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have to ask her something. Have to ask her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence.
I know, there's so much Fae family shit going on. Like, jeez, Phoenix, have you considered, like,
Seeing other people for once in your life? The college student, have you heard anything about it? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I say, thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There is still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I'd better continue my investigation. Don't worry, Phoenix. Just because your ex hated you is all the more reason to focus on your husband in the here and now. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's psyche lock. I think I know how to open it now. Did breaking your psyche lock help me out? I don't think it did. No. Moving. A shamovin. A shamovin. Look at that! They really did make a fire right in front of the track.
Oh, Mr. Nick.
You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them off. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearl's is hiding. Alright, Pearl. Let's have a conversation, you and me. Go on, Pearly. You can tell me the truth. I'm a trustworthy guy. You didn't go. On the night of the murder, you were in the inner temple. And you went there on the night of the murder because you were worried about Maya. And you were listening for the bell because you had instruction to do so. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper.
Where did you...
In the incinerator, in the inner temple. Pearls. You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls.
For me? No.
As you can see, a large portion of this has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who is it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it. I know, fucking diabolical to drag a 9-year-old into murder. Whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was Dahlia. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It was an Iris who Sister Bikini met in the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know the kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before, reading those instructions.
I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearl. Who wrote them? Whoever it was that asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? your mother? Because it wouldn't have been, because based on the way that they was writing, it wasn't Misty. Pearls. I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. That's why.
How did you...
I figured it out. The person who wrote this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fair. Alright, Pearls. It's time for you to... time you started telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick, I...
Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this.
Don't underestimate me. It's just because I'm a child.
Huh?
If you're going to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it.
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How do you know that?
Couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made the simple mistake like that.
A simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Because it says gravely, and she threw gravy on it instead. It was you who splattered gravy on the hanging scroll, wasn't it?
What? Why would I do something like that?
If you remember what was written, do you remember what was written on that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades, and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you don't know how to read the word gravely and roast, among others, right?
How do you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Mr. Nim on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading.
Well then, would you like to practice reading with me?
Miss Elise, for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Mr. Nim taught you how to read gravely and roast, but she didn't teach you is what they meant.
Gravely? Sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was food.
And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea.
Just a tiny bit. Hi, things are going well. Oh, we're having so much fun right now. Oh, yeah. We're hoping to finish this all today. We better, otherwise I'll cry.
I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked me to. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. like, after dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of leftover gravy.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. I'm listening. I like questions. Gravy.
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure that it was the Master of Karain.
What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Hang on, I need to do something. Whatever. Anyway.
I was sure it was the Master of Karain. Like it said in the letter.
And I see. And then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of the snow. So I went to the inner temple as a guest.
The guest area. Yes.
I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go to the training hall?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt. So I just stayed there, stayed where I was, and prayed for her to get through it. But then
Rose. Did you fall asleep? Oh my god, I can't believe you spoiled me. I didn't know Phoenix Wright was in this case, dude. Oh man, I'm fucking ruined. My whole experience has just gone out the window. It's like you didn't even read my chat rules. Can't believe it, dude. Can't believe it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too, it happens. What do you mean Phoenix existing ruined your experience? Or are you saying that the spoiler is ruined my experience? Guess we'll just have to skip ahead to guess we'll just have to skip ahead to Apollo Justice. Actually, I was looking at Apollo Justice because I was like, oh, maybe I'll download it early so I don't have to so I remember, so I don't like forget to download it before the stream. And holy shit, that game is massive. It was like 15 gig compared to the like 3 gig Chronicles is, and like the not even 1 gig this game is. Like, actually, how fucking big was it? Yeah, it's 18 fucking gig. What the hell? How's it 18 gig? Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What? You want me to uninstall things? I don't want to uninstall just so I can play Apollo Justice. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped in the inner temple.
Yes. When I woke up, it was morning.
I tried not to cry. Quite long. The first... My dude. Is it longer than the over 30 hours we've been playing this? Dude, mechanics! Oh my god, I can't believe they expanded the franchise. Yeah, they were for the DS.
Yes. When I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore. And there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. There was a letter in the incinerator, and I heated up the leftover gravy
And left some steam. And let off some steam by chucking the gravy at the scroll while you cried. I'm sorry. The first case is a trial that can be longer than some of the You know, you're telling me that they made the first trial last over 8 hours? How did they do that? It's the tutorial trial. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what you like. What I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school too. Don't look like something so trivial with her experience, Larry. I will play and find out next week.
It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So, you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit. Oh, the longest tutorial case in the entire fuck. So what you're telling me is I need to punch this kid in the face when I get there, okay.
No. I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried, and I tried, and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it.
Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, we'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh! Just like that. So, she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yes, I don't know what to do.
Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
Could you please tell me what it is, anyway?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone else? What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yep. It's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could? Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne.
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So, make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it.
My mother
has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls.
I visit her every month. And last month, she told me...
The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden.
My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much.
Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right?
She said it was for the good of the Fae clan. So, I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya is part of the Fae clan. So I had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Nick?
I guess so, yeah.
There was a picture with her letter too.
A picture?
Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually, a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time...
Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff.
There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before.
And it sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out.
You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'll make sure Mystic Maya will be alright.
Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Huh. Finally figured it out. Have you tried? You've finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot? The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, tried. She's 19! She knows what she's doing. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. I'm like 10 years younger. No, I'm like 5 years younger than her. She could take care of herself. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Huh. What did I just say, Tried? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. I'm gonna punch you in your fucking face, Godot. You know, the more you talk and the more needlessly upset you are, the more I hate you. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. Bye, Godot.
Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true?
You'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You will see for yourself tomorrow. I don't care if he lost a kitten or not. He's being angry at me for no reason. Okay. Look, I get very defensive when people are like, we're all bitchy for no reason. Okay, he's being bitchy at me. Come on, Godot. Come on. We can work this out.
Yeah. That's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick.
I can't believe. Oh no, I know you love teasing me over that shit. I've noticed you do. But since Godot never shows up again, you'll just have to drop it after today, won't you? My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. At last, the great wish. Seems I was just in time. This is what I mean when I say chat bullies me, guys. Look at this shit. Look at you bullying me. Can't believe you do that. Woo! Trial! Quick question though. What should I have for lunch today? Should I make noodles? Or should I have garlic bread? I can't tell. Where were you when we met Godot? Not Godot, when we met Dem and Gant. Where were you all that time ago? You would have fucking loved to see that shit.
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
I should... dinner with a kitten, you say? If I can be the kitten, of course I could. I'd love that. But it also depends on who's calling me that. Or if you mean like with a real cat, I'd love to hang out with a real cat. Ah, morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Miss Maya.
Okay, Godot calling me that. Look, the more bitchy he's being, the less on the Godot train I am. He was real slick for like the first few chapters, and at this point I'm like, dude, can you get off my dick, please? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed in the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those locks in the training hall?
Not writing, I mean he's put his foot on my dick and he's pressing uncomfortably hard to... Look, I just realized what the fuck I was saying. Oh, don't misconstrue my words. No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. Look, you'd know that if you were here for Dem and Cant. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Sexy, hi sexy. Edgeworth. I knew it was you. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for confession. That's all I've heard. But D... I'm terrified of what you think the D word is. But I think I know. Look, I haven't re-listened to it in a while. I don't think I did. I don't think I've said that on stream. But if I did, you can leave a comment yelling at me for that, because that means it's on YouTube forever. Phoenix, I don't think it's Francisca. I think the person we're dealing with here is Godot. Francisca von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot. Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly, and we receive some good news soon. Yeah. Thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. Looking into his eyes, are you? You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Partner? Call him that more often. Thanks. They're gonna go on a date after this. I sort of have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunim, Miss Misty Fay. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. You found the first Gantt pod, huh? Okay, have fun with that. Exactly. He has literally never called him partner before, and now suddenly we are calling him partner? Oh my god. Just say you want to have a date after this, sir. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. What are you doing watching Phoenix Wright if you're a test study for? Jeez. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris Hazakura. For the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in the chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Because studying is boring and teasing me is fun. You know, that's not the first time I've ever had someone say that to me. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. They're both Canadian? My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Don't worry, I assumed you were in college anyway. Why else would you be here? You'd be breaking the rules if you were some high schooler. It is important. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. That's precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. Being all philosophical and then punching me in the face, isn't that it, Godot? And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean, forget it, what do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Because Phoenix, your clients are all kind of stupid sometimes. Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Fucking write down your rules. I keep saying this. My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in the terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Nim? No. I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. What? I mean, that does change your charge from murder to mutilation of a corpse. Order? In the court, order? Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in cold sweat. Huh. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that, in this case, it was to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot. So this confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for something. I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fair.
Maya, you need, like, better family.
Wake up and smell the coffee, right? She's naming Maya? Order? Order in the court. Not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And they cleaned up the area to try and protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never... The defense will remain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. And, like,
Mayo after this would get a fair trial too, so this wouldn't even be the end of the fucking case, Godot. If Maya's not here, we can't proceed.
I went to the inner temple that night, and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved to deliver a fatal blow. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. Oh, well, okay. It does change it a bit. So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that person who did go was that woman. Iris never admitted it. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't it? Isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There, we all understand how difficult it was for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor, Maya is 19 years old. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye. Yes,
It was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
And what were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was so frightened I couldn't move.
Yeah, personally, I'm not super into the ship. They met when she was 16, and they work better as friends anyway. Oh, no. They met when she was 17, because it was 2 years ago.
I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
It's perfectly understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right.
I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that?
Mystic Maya was still stumbling.
Mystic Elise moved to deliver a fatal blow. She moved to deliver a fatal blow.
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into a rope for a weapon.
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger? Huh? And Elise Dunim tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye.
Yes, exactly.
Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. How did you do that? Do you have a problem with the testimony you're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? I like being called lawyer boy. Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? There's one thing that I'm not. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, please add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue. Her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. She threw her staff away.
Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff.
Yes, that's what I saw.
Is there anything odd about this, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd, alright.
Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger. I'm sure of this.
Tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. And then?
Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike.
Witness, are you absolutely certain?
Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something...
Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together unless I find a contradiction in her testimony. I'm going to get the blame for all this. But they are saying it was in self-defense, so it wouldn't be as bad. I only have this to say.
It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up.
Well, my first thing is, why would she throw it away herself?
Because if we know that it's a sword... Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. How could you say that about her? Her hair's not dumb, okay? This is what we call a French braid. I actually really like this style of hair. You usually put like flowers in the braided part. I used to get my mother to do it for me sometimes. I don't think my hair's long enough to do it at the moment. I need to grow it out again. Huh? Mr. Nim throwing her staff away makes no sense to me at all. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If at least Nim really had wanted to try and kill Maya Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Tract. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But, even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and therefore quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. Did you forget that there's blood on it? Or there was? The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Faye. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has made a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright? I have here another piece of evidence that shows this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dunim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Faye. This? Well, Mr. Godot, if you ask me, the only thing that seems strange is the angle of Mr. Tride's index finger.
Yeah, the thing is that I don't really know which thing they want me to present to prove that they're family.
Tride. Sticking your finger in an electrical outlet might be safer for you. You can't even do that though. Otherwise, it might get bitten off the next time you poke it in the wrong place.
Something prove that she's the mother. I don't think I have a physical thing that proves they're related. Do I simply present this and be like, her real name's Missy Faye?
At least Nim would never have attacked Maya Faye. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Nim. Her real name was Misty Faye. Faye? No, not Misty Faye? Who is Misty Faye? Is she related to? Misty Faye is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Faye. Are you serious? Is it really true? Mr. Wright. Was at least your name actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try and kill her own daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years, perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in the light of some facts that have been presented, 1, the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and 2, the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes. And what is that one little impossible thing? You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. My dude, stop it. You are going to have a heart attack in the middle of this courtroom. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing the woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime, and we discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I was investigating a crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. I don't think that's a pine tree, but sure. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in that direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee. You said it was 8th earlier. Yeah, didn't you say it was your 8th a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analysed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. God, you're so weird. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. Godot, you know that's a lie. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor.
Big stretch. Okay. I'm gonna
I want my garlic bread. I'm gonna put on my garlic bread. Hang on a minute. The garlic bread. We can put these strawberries away. We'll go check on that in 10 minutes or so. Ui, hui, hui. Shoop. Game. Put on a timer. 12 minutes. Thanks, Google. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise, Elise's next attack, and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this?
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden where the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? What happened to the victim's staff then?
I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet.
What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her?
Suddenly, Mystic Elise was on the defensive.
You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim?
Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at that moment. After all, her life was in danger.
Still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description is a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it! Anyway. So after Maya backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? Nope. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who it was. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Nim. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked her? I don't have anything to corner that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them face each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. And Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Where did the dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it. She seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. I felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Maya at least fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that's completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. What would be that contradiction is my big question. She was stabbed. That's what we're saying. She was definitely 100% stabbed. Right. We're assuming she was stabbed with this. That's for later. That's for later. Found out the outcropping, it has blood on it. It came from the victim's staff. I want to know whose blood that is. I think that'll be important. Just because you get accused of a crime 3 times doesn't mean you're not innocent. We prove that she had nothing to do with the other murders, so therefore she is 100% innocent. Alright, sketch. The photo of the crime scene. Okay. Photo of the tracks. That's not important to me right now. Loss of blood from a stab in the back. So it's defensive. You're saying she stabbed in the front, but she was stabbed in the back, so... no? You want to annoy me by saying things? I can't believe I'm being bullied. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was blood loss from a stab wound in the back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Huh. It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift. Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There's certainly some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total conscious concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. But I can prove that it wasn't dark in the garden. Can I? We didn't make note of it. Foolish! Foolish things, Mr. Wright. That's so fucking foolish. Photo of the... Why do we not... Mr. Wright, why don't you have a picture of the garden as evidence? Because I could prove that there was light there. We know that... Phoenix, you're letting him win at this point. Anyway, my garlic bread sounds like it's done. Fucking... Stare at his face for me. Stare at his face, make sure he doesn't go anywhere while I get my garlic bread. He stayed put, right, guys? He didn't do anything. He didn't go anywhere. He didn't try and escape the law. Right? Right, guys? Right, guys? Yeah? Yeah? Cool. Ugh. Hello, Mr. Godot. I've got garlic bread, and you can't have any. You bitch. Yup. 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 By the way, did you know Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is in the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder about the stone lantern. What the stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honour. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light the stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. Yes, chat can have some garlic bread. Godot's the only one here who's not allowed to. He just has to stare longingly and be like, I didn't want any in the first place, but he totally did. He totally did want some of this garlic bread. Ooh. Ah. In other words, it would have had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Listen, listen. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would have been difficult to say. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? Why do you keep looking at me when you say shit like that, huh? Huh. Like I know what's going on in your weird ass mind. No. Man, this garlic bread does not want to tear. It's so poorly cut. It's fucking hell. Wow, order in the court, huh? Here, Your Honour. Let me present you the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honour? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. The judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. You didn't know about that? It says Maya upside down. What the? Godot, you're the one who submitted this into evidence. Did you not look at the evidence? Are you really? Am I right? Are you colorblind? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern. with the blood that was draining out of her body. But then there would be more blood around, wouldn't there? Certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean? What are we talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is clean as... Yeah, that mask makes you colorblind. So terribly colorblind. Could it be... He can't see the bloody writing at all. And I think that he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim threw out this message in the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then. Let's move on. Yeah, something gets me feeling that, you don't actually want Maya to be accused. Godot is literally shaking. And somehow, I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established. Mr. Nin was killed by Maya Fey. Yes, I know this... I know this case is long. It has 3 parts to it. And as I said at the start of the stream, we are finishing this whether we like it or not. Because I don't want to have to do a half and half. I want Apollo to feel special and get his own day. That Alistair was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn your attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichi Shito to alter the way the wound looked. Well, several contradictions there. What happened to all the blood? What happened to all that blood? Because it wouldn't have gone away with the snow if you had dragged it after it has stopped snowing, assuming that you're using the tracks from the thing as evidence to your claim. What else? Why wasn't her talisman there? Why was her You said that you had no idea where the staff was, yet the staff was found next to her dead body. What happened to the ball? I got lots of questions for you, miss. So you moved the body? Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Alistunim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. Terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Oh, you're saying you did this after? Then fucking... Oh, no, you're saying... Yeah, okay, I get it. Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. So you waited until everything was over to make a move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I can just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job to judge and mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her that what she had done. So then, you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fae? Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. Snow, huh? It is pretty amazing you could make it all the way across that rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy, despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it back to Hazakura Temple. I thought it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body from as far away as possible. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Let me hear more about that snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but I made it back to Hazakura Temple. It was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is the one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Order, Mr. Godot? Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Huh. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I didn't know he had that defense attorney in him. He's a prosecutor. He's always been a prosecutor. There's no such thing as a guy called Diego Armando. Who's that guy? That guy's not real. This is a totally different guy and not just a palette swap.
He was not, thank you.
No, there's only one man who is a certain something. What's that? This fucking garlic bread, jeez. Kind of cold now, but it's still good. Yeah, obviously not Edgeworth at all. But I liked Edgeworth, okay? But I'm completely of the opinion that I don't need to date him as long as Phoenix is. Yes, I know. Yeah, it is electric. I'd be so fine. I'd be fine. I can take it. In a fight. In a fight, I mean. In a fight. Actually, no, he's 185 centimeters tall. And he works the fuck out. He'd break my back. In a fight. In a fight. He's so tall though. Ugh. Every character I fall in love with always ends up being tall. Yes! Sorry, I don't mean fall in love with, I mean wrestle. In the arena. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint?
Well, like I said, he doesn't believe this chick. He doesn't want Maya to get fucked over. Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. Based on how, like, horrified he seemed to be by there being clear evidence to indicate Maya, he's kind of fucked. So, you transported the body by the snowmobile all the way to Hasakura Temple courtyard. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway. And then I... Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yay, freedom for you. I love freedom. Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Probably, more like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one who murdered Mr. Min. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. What? That's not what we were talking about at all. We were talking about Edgeworth and how I think Edgeworth and Phoenix should hold hands. We weren't talking about Demogant. Don't backread. We weren't talking about that. Arrested by Demogant. He's the chief of police. Why would he need to do that? He's got subordinates to do that. He's an important man with important paperwork to be doing. He doesn't need to be dealing with anything else. He's got meetings and like cases to step in on and subordinates to criticize with his 1,000-mile stare. And you know, stuff and things. Anyway, I don't want to be arrested with Gant. I'd bawl my eyes out if I was arrested. No, I want him... I just want to be inside his office one time. I want to see his beautiful organ, see his beautiful desk, and praise him for his decorating skills, and tell him how amazing his suit is, and say, you know, Mr. Gant, sir, I have a very difficult time floating in a pool, you know. I've never been able to figure it out. Anyway. I can't talk about Gant. I can't do it. It fucks me over all the time, every single time I do it. Anyway, I could ask you about the tracks, couldn't I? The tracks. Tell me about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally. you would expect tracks. The picture was presented yesterday in yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But you can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's strange about that. Snow has been falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was falling, huh? And then, when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why those are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important, sir. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made to be added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh. This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Which isn't possible, right? Because she died between 10 and 11. Right. So it would have been early 10 o'clock. And the snow was 10:50. From between 7 and 10:50 p.m. Ah, no. Okay. No. Okay. What would be the other thing that we could object to on that regard? Maybe that's not the right thing to be objecting to? That had already stopped. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What is going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Great Revelations. Huh. Well then, Mr. Trent, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. Thought it was my duty to protect her, so I removed the body from the inner temple. I dragged it behind me all the way across Bluesky Bridge. This? You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the crime. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed the Bluesky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Bluesky Bridge was struck by lightning and caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire. You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of the lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Order, order, order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elistu Nim was discovered at Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witness Iris desecrating Elistu Nim's body. He makes a good point. On both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Tract, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is... When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow, the body travelled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Ugh. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some way to get across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never reach the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honour? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that in your testimony. Yes, Your Honour. Will this be her final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge, after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in that condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony. It's going to be deemed truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Tried. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Well, something tells me that, what we're talking about is, this little thing here. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out now. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Lee Student Nim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Laurie Student Nim. Brilliant. Highly gifted. Apprentice. Remember what he said in his testimony? That night, he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Something tells me Godot can't really see it that well. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Judge looks like he's about to blow his gasket. Well, tried. There's nowhere to hide for you now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. Oh. Oh, I see. Because... Hang on. Hang on. Is that what he's talking about? Hang on. Let me see this. Perhaps what he's talking about is, this really being a picture of someone falling, and this is the wires that hold it up. Huh. Interesting. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Laurie Nim is exactly what happened. Of course, the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh. You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim threw through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult in the inner temple yet. I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip skip the penalty this time. Ugh. There must be some way, I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Alright then, the witness will now return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. I'm walking over the bridge, just going to remove the body. Well, I appreciate that they didn't fuck me over with that one and I just have to go through it again. So that's what I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Deeply. Deeply, deeply, deeply. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. Exactly is the sketch trying to show. Is a complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about the sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Louis Nim stated it over and over, that the sketch was exactly what he saw. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality. Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to the finger pointing thing again. Okay, try it. So, what exactly is it? Is the contradiction? The wires, or perhaps the lady. Is it the wires? Or is it the lady? Is it the wires? Or is it the lady? I'm gonna say it's the wires. Oh. This wire is connected to the bridge. The wire. Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. And shows the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point to how the sketch contradicts reality with a photo of the bridge. It's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now, compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But the actual Dusky Bridge... Jumping Josephets! The wires are below the guard wire. Really? People get stuck on the wire thing? He said, he literally said to look at it upside down, and I was like, oh, so, okay, that makes sense. Those are the wires then. That felt really easy. And then it's a contradiction of reality because we know that one of the wires snapped. Like, it could just be artistic interpretation, but also, you know, he said that's exactly what he saw. Don't flatter me, I know I'm smart. Order. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? I mean, I guess so, but I guess it could be easy to miss those details after the investigation, but I like remembering things. Remembering things is my jam. Oh, or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Laurie's, I admit a mistake is definitely possible. Is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question: why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think about it, alright? Remember what Luris was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall, waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now, ponder what sort of position Luris must have been in at the time. If he was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how this relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Luris du Nim witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, facing up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Luris du Nim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Of all the things today to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found in the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And the pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get a rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what they already had. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had a rope on hand to create a pendulum? What makes me think they had a rope on hand to create a pendulum? This. But really? That's like
the most dangerous fucking thing you could do in that situation. At that point, I would have just chucked the body off the side of the cliff. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. That's... You could have died so easily. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Like, yeah, no, these people, Ace Attorney people don't use common sense. What I'm saying is, like, you had to, like, how? You had to carry that body and hold on to that rope and then climb the side of that fucking cliff? Dude! How fucking strong are you? This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck, the bridge was set on fire. One of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Nim's body. Oh. Oh, that's just lucky. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. And then did you go across the bridge yourself? Huh. Yeah, that's right, chuck that shit. Mr. Godot? Chug. Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Seems that the odds of the rope being readily available are very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Try it. I wonder if you can prove what happened. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? The fact that she... The fact that that we assumed that she fell from a great height, but she didn't fall. She was fucking thrown into the ground. Genius! You're a fucking genius, Phoenix Wright. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now, let us consider that the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from the point there, and that explains why the ball was there. That explains why the ball was there. The ball was there because she got chucked. Hell yeah. This is fucking sick. The body was pushed from this point here. It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped from some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says that her body fell from 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, the crystal sphere knocked loose. Yes! That's... Yes, Miss Bloodstained Amethyst Crystal is the one that came off of Miss Elise Nim's star. And, even more important,
is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it was already marked on the overhead map. The crystal was found precisely, Your Honor, in the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. That explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Ow. Mr. Wright? I thought this cold coffee would help you cool down. What do you mean by this, Mr. Godot? What didn't I notice? I'm cool. Yes, I mean I did notice it. I just didn't point it out. I didn't feel the need to point it out. That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, right? But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh. Man, Phoenix, every time that happens to you, you get cleaned up real fast. And coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffeenese. Can you elaborate a bit more? The criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say. Then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice. The criminal wasn't able to cross Bsky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trad? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. I mean, it could, but, you know. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Good question. Good question. What do we... Because it was definitely Iris. It was most certainly Iris. And we're going down the path of being... of like... involving Dahlia somehow, and that's what we're doing. So... Iris being on that side of the on the Hazakura Temple side means that she was the one who received the body, and she herself is the accomplice and the murderer. Yeah. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport a body from Bsky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Tried. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Apparently, yes. Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Well, I think the answer is, Dahlia, obviously. Because that's what we've all been pointing to this whole time. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. Yeah. Why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name... I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. A case 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine! No, the honor is all mine! But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand, after all, the blood of the Master of Kurain channeling technique flows through you, within your body. The Kurain channeling technique. Now, where have I heard that? That's right, you're Dahlia Hawthorne. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be challenged by someone?
Were you not paying attention the several times? Hang on a second, dude. Was Maya not channeling Mia in this very courtroom while you were standing right there? Did you just not see that? Or did you think you were hallucinating? That's a thing that happened, right? I'm not being fucking insane.
he asked about it one time. The judge asked about it one time. We were like, this is some chick. She's helping me out. And he's just accepted it from then on. Judge is an idiot. Godot, I feel like he would have noticed if the person he cared so deeply about, who happened to be dead, was standing right there. He should have said something. On the very night of the murder at the temple, where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It was all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fair. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Hang on. Okay, no. Other people are home. They can get the doorbell for me. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 PM. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw in the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trot? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing is in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? How do you know that? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini and Dahlia Hawthorne, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. Phew. Thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're talking about... Well, you were about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switched places? I mean, totally possible. Considering she took off that fucking hood. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand. But I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Warborn? Chances to do it when the earthquake happened. Yes. Yes, that's what I think. When the earthquake happened. When the earthquake happened, because Miles lost track of her for a little while and he freaked the fuck out and he went and he cried and Phoenix definitely held his hand off screen. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? Sorry, I know you didn't mean to, it wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to move freely about was... I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you, I'll take you to dinner! This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake, Earthquake? Oh my goodness, the inner temple, this kind of tremor might... How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, I was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I met with none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now, see here. No judge in their right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling. Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. My current profession. Permanently retired. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What's going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I will end it. For her and for myself. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, part 2 of the trial, baby! Part 2 of the trial, baby! Part 2 of the trial, baby! Let's go! 4 hours in. How much longer?
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, I did go onto the wiki to get a picture of Iris for a thumbnail, so I had my suspicions based on what one of the labels was. But I do think that if I hadn't known that, I would have guessed it anyway, considering how this game is. Well, witness? Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what you have, what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya, and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, and it seems to have succeeded, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you... Wait a minute. Did you just say you planned to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that. Don't give me that nonsense. There's no... Watch yourself try it. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya. Could it be true? I mean, yes. Yes. Of course it is. Plan began with my death. So, you were executed last month, correct? Yes. I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row, and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan? Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. To make Pearl Fay the master of Karain. She's a cold, twisted woman. You get a lot from her. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though, at first, she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. Wow, you did that at such a young fucking age? Jeez. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman. A bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams into that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For a bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to have been taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. And the only thing she cared about was the position of the master, that's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal, the life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing anyone can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally, they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now, the title of Master will pass to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're so foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Finny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your snivelling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value, nothing other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. It was how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born, and to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her own plan, so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge. I have no choice but present a piece of evidence. Can't believe it. She meant to get Maya. Gotta keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan, and what she was after as well.
What she was after killing Maya? That's a very good question. I don't know what would be a problem. Why? Oh. Wait. She hates Mia's guts. She hates her completely. So you want to kill Maya to fuck with Mia, right?
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You want to take revenge on someone. I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible
was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped with out with that woman's plans. Just for that. For that you would kill Maya. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As I say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up, put on a demon-warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was at least Nim who channeled her, after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow, I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there, make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes! I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see why not. If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed, and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cabin and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse, as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean, your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me. I had assumed it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course, you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all, but even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide, the sin of killing your own mother. No way! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else? Eagle River. Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feely?
Did you update your phone? Oh. I knew it couldn't have been Phoenix. You got a way better ringtone, Godot.
Sorry. That's my phone.
What kind of ringtone is that? It's his personal theme song.
Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fay? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that myself. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else inside the sacred cavern.
Obviously. That's Maya's body.
With Iris inside. Because you don't know how, because none of you know how spirit channeling works.
I'm sure Francisca understands. Everyone else can fuck off. All I want to know is her opinion.
Exactly! Exactly!
there is no one else found. Like, exactly. They're not questioning who is channeling Dahlia. So whose body she's inhabiting. Which makes it all just... Anyway, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We still have a third part of this trial to do. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! I have theories, but we'll get to them as the trial goes on. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Judge, I don't think so. Sadly, it appears the killer of Miss Alicia Nim, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death into the raging waters of Eagle River. It can't be. Phoenix, you know this isn't the truth. Try it. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Yeah, Phoenix is so blinded by his love of Maya that he is not thinking properly. Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means, if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties in a twist, try it. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? That's a good question. That's a good question. The fact that there's a big gold thing here. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at the overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh. Oh. You're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should have be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out. No! Order. You must be playing with me. Maya Faye's body is in the bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else it could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you were talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So, where is her dead body then? Inside... You're inside it? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is at this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left, namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey's here? You say she's in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing you say. So what? So, I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little snivelling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, and she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did. But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I right? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What?
Why is everyone so oblivious to the fact that Maya is channeling Dahlia?
Look,
Phoenix, I don't know why Phoenix is acting like he doesn't know. I kind of understand why other people don't really know, because they're not like super familiar with the Korean channeling technique, but like still,
Phoenix, you need to like put pieces together faster in your brain. But how could that be? Remember what this witness said? Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be... It seems that you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time, you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. That is a good sprite. I like that drawing. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that, who has never been out in the real world. She could never come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Hi, Pearl, when did you get here? Mia. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey! Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, and she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that. I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. What's bugging you about it? Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. How did Mia even know it was Dahlia, or even a spirit trying to kill Maya? Because Maya told her. That's what we were just explaining. That Maya told her about this. She wrote it down for her, and then Mia gave her a response. So it was Maya that put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? I mean, Maya... who knows if... Look. Maya doesn't know Dahlia is dead, but then you could also be asking... how does Maya know who Dahlia is at all? she would have seen the face of the person that was trying to attack her, and she would have seen it as Dahlia. Because, you know, Misty was channeling her. Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things? If I hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. Yeah, like that's possible. We might get it. Look, guys, it might get explained at the end, okay? Just wait. We might get it explained to us, so just wait for the trial to be over and you can have your questions about plot holes at the end. By one Pearl Faye. Pearls? Yes. Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it is. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes. Not a single one of them was a success. It all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Fawless escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you. But it's no longer funny. You! Like that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You... I was supposed to kill Maya Fey, like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said early in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? And then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Ugh!
Well, have fun screaming. Yay, cool ghost. Wow, pretty. That's actually, no. I'm joking, but that is really fucking pretty. I'm not ready to go.
Cool. Oh, wow.
That's such cool imagery. Bye-bye.
Aww. Maya, you look so good.
Nick. Sis.
She looks good with her hair down. Wow. That's the first time we've ever seen the actual person collapsed. Wow.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical, from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to hell. To the hell she came from. It seems that Missy Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor. Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing? It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not judging hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the new year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Yes, Godot? You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Try it. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out a dagger and got from the storeroom and... We still haven't figured out who killed Misty. It was strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least Unim, no, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Do I have a theory on who the real killer is? Not at the moment. We'll have to see. I feel like this is one where it's like not been wholly obvious like some of the other ones were. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madame Attorney.
See, I like this back and forth. That's way better.
Well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the final event, and will put a final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place. Yeah, Maya. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't... She can't testify after what she'd just been through. We need to find out the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. I hope you, feel well enough to stand, Maya. Very well, but first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, try it. I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve! But that's not what's going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. It's enough. This court is now in recess.
You really beautiful woman comes in to save you, like me. The player is a canon character in the Phoenix Wright attorney games, don't you know?
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day, and we didn't have the chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris in the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root for you. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent the entire day locked up in there. My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother, and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong, she never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... But that was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You mean... Yes, two defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, is one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunim, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do exactly as I say, got it? Hell yeah, Pendulum! It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body, so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff and Mr. Khalees always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
Why?
Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that.
The staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that could lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichin Shito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do that. I can't say who did it. I see.
Well, fuck you then. I guess it does mean there won't be a game if I didn't figure it out myself. Defendant.
Yes. The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia! How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean... She's learned who Listu Nim really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything we knew. But why? Maya is strong, is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that out. That answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her. But still, I think that's just maybe...
I know who it was. Phoenix, share with class, please. That night,
the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means that they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day.
It's... okay. That's as much as I can help as I can give you.
The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself.
Yay. Stretch. Okay. Hell yeah, part 3. Hell yeah. This totally won't take another 5 hours. Praying it won't, praying it won't. How's it going, Godot?
Nothing. Before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we performed earlier. Tests. Yes, the tests on the bloody dagger that were found stuck in the pine tree. Oh, yeah, that. I totally forgot about that. I mean, it was like 5 hours ago, Phoenix, I don't blame you. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So, what are the results? Was it the victim's blood? Due to the time restraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing that we can say for certain. The blood on the dagger was not the victim's blood. Huh. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. And whose was it? I see. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Those signs will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Hi, Maya. Aw, Maya, you looked good with your hair down. I was excited to see you with your hair down more. Oh. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya. According to the magic scene I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. Fake Clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Elise Dunim's murder. Is this correct?
I
didn't see... Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up, speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching this the whole time. The whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well...
I was passing through the garden on my way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled, and I ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
Huh. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I didn't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. Seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Who else was in the inner temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later? Like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. Probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry. I just can't remember.
Maya is really having a hard time, which I do. Leave her alone on that one, thanks. Considering the conditions of the crime scene, it's not surprising she didn't see her attacker. Huh. So it looks like even you've got some compassion. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by at least Nim Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were socked on the back of the head?
Stumbled back and ended up against the stone lantern.
What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think.
You think?
And after getting hit like that on the head, I was in a state of panic. There was only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
I think I screamed, "Help me!"
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear. I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Wow. Sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press it for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, You know, that's like what you do. What do you call it when that happens?
I's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah!
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker there was another person.
I am, well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
A man? Who is this man?
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see? She used this excuse twice now?
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
Yeah, there's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when the acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern darkness reigns. So, I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. And something warm slashed over me.
You don't mean... was it...
I don't know. I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood.
Is she saying that when Miss Dunim was channeling Dahlia, she was stabbed in the back by the killer?
At that moment, I was paralyzed by fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. Pretty sure blood got on me, on everything around me. That's when I lost consciousness.
Worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. Right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. I couldn't see the man behind my attacker. I went to the stone lantern. Was not lit on the night of the crime, though. So there was a man standing behind your attacker?
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunin, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What do you mean by this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem in her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No.
Order? Order in the court? Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Yo, gaming hard. We are gaming hard, hardly gaming so hard.
Look at me, gone for 5.5 hours.
Everything's going great. I need to. Oh my god. My limbs are not limber.
I'm good though. I'm good. We're going fucking fantastic. Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon?
I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it true, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What do you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick.
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man.
In other words,
That would have mean that Maya actually saw our mysterious person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No.
Order! Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection.
Try it. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source in the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed your mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
You talk a good game, try it. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness say? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
Maya is dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth, and there's wee crumbs in my sleeve. Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the dark? That's a good question. There are several men that exist in this particular case. There are several men that exist in this case. Who the hell could it be, though? Someone who we didn't see in the investigation until
the bridge was repaired. Right? Is what we're saying. So no. So that would mean that the only person I have here is Godot. Because everyone else we saw. So, are we seriously accusing Godot right now? I mean, sure, why not? Because it was pitch black.
Miss Fay was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you suppose to show us... How do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. This is... But it can't be... Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. Tried. Cool. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Okay, now let's work backwards, Phoenix. Explain this to me. Because I knew...
Because yes, that was the correct answer. Based on what you were saying, but why is that the correct answer?
Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this?
Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Like, I don't know why the fuck he was there. What do I mean? Why was he there? How was he there? Since when was he there? Why is he well, I understand that he's the correct answer because we were like, because it had to be someone who we didn't see that day until the bridge was fixed, and the only other person we had there was Godot. But why was he there in the first place? That's what I mean. I don't know why he's the answer, but he's the answer. Omniscient. Man, he might just be. Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it three glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong.
I never saw that.
Maya,
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason.
what? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the... Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place was totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
Hmm. Hmm. But that explains, I guess, it being Godot who did that bit explains why such an obvious piece of evidence was left there despite all the snow being cleaned up. Because he can't see red that well. But okay, Phoenix. It's okay, Phoenix. You'll explain this all to me. I don't need to be thinking too hard. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man?
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologise. It's, as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So when the person that... So then the person that carried you to the inner temple, he could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple.
By the time I got back to the garden, the place was totally changed.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit.
Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed.
I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could have done it? Killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. How did the killer go to... Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see why they would be any advantage to the killer. The only one who could gain anything from that would be the only person who was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let's hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. So you're saying that the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangle shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels from around the inner temple, but they're not really heavy. Way too heavy. But they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
Odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow anyway? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody show. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. It's true. They could have scooped up the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there's some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
Killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. For what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Okay. The garden changed. Came to the change on the floor, the garden changed, looks lit. Body's gone. Naturally, the killer must have done it. Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer left on.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake.
Why? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden,
she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that certainly is an important piece of information. I want you to add it to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, they did it for your sake?
Well, if the body had blood, and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been prime suspect, right?
Well, I suppose that's true. Yeah. If that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master Kerrang killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. Still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through so much trouble to protect you? Huh. Okay, so assuming it's Godot, I can think of... I would understand why you would want to not implicate Maya. And look, assuming it's not Godot. If they really weren't trying to hide it from you, they would have cleaned this. But because it was Godot, he had no fucking clue, so he couldn't have cleaned it. The body of Elistu Nim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real crime scene, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all of this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? You're right. Order, but Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe the incriminating thing of all, the most incriminating thing of all time, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. It must have been a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Because the killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not so dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Person that could have failed to see the bloody writing. Once again, Godot. Because he can't fucking see it. Mr. Godot. This is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern? There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There's certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case of Tresvienne. This is the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something really bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a blood stain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, these letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one who can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Is that why you have pictures taken in black and white? Because all the pictures you present are always black and white. Gosh. Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Elise Junine, also known as Missy Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true, however, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Just make sure you don't put the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like my name was written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, try it. The answer is right there at the scene of the crime. In snow. Snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he had wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he just take that area? Could it be... Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped onto the snow. And so, he just removed all the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see it just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Wait just a minute.
Maya? What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, That's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya. Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, tried. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please, tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was at the inner temple too. Pearlie was stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
Who was this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So, when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never lie to me. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath. Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot? Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get the cross-examination started. Well, Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. So, where did you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. And there's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? Seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Nim. She searched the entire inner temple side end to end.
Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and the spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There's a storage shack too. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge.
What do you mean?
I was just wondering, why would she stay in the prep room? If it was me, I would at least go and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl. all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cabin, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? So, it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those were your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh, well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights, and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. So you... Actually, no. I'm not gonna say that joke. Nah, I don't think I need to. If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the middle of the mountains. I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something, Dryad? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes. Then Mr. Godot found Pearlie and cheered her up.
It cheered her up.
That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush.
This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one.
The truth is there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with the fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. You said you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours tried. After all, I did miss the blood writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes. Could you find a stranger way to describe gravy? So, from there, you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec. What did Godot say just now? I think I just found a proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been in the Inner Temple when it happened, because otherwise he wouldn't have known that that was a picture of Misty Faye. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise then. First arrived at the Inner Temple. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made a fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot is right. The scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? It would not smell good at this point in time. The morning after the crime, someone covered it in gravy.
Gravy? Why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was of Misty Faye.
Oh, wait a minute, Nick.
Yes.
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, that is the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So, if you know the meaning of the mark,
then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
oh,
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing? Try it. What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
that's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak into the crime scene.
Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? How would it be possible that another person... who would know? 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 Opened once before. Who would know about the plan? Pearls would know about the plan. You know. You know about the plan. And you knew about the plan. And you knew about the plan.
Hi, Edgeworth.
And it's possible... I guess it's possible for him to have known about it because of the letter, because of the Fays in general, because he's close with them. So, and like the letter was like opened before Pearl ever got to it, so someone had to have opened it at some point for some reason. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, it had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. Do you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden during one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned of where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit of the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if there was someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor, such as Mr. Godot. Order, order, order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer, in this case, eavesdropped on a conversation between during a jail visit, where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of this just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you say. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life. His behavior is still too unnatural. However, you had good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Unfortunately so, Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies in the center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together.
You guys totally dated, didn't you?
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Oh, wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney. With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Last time someone called me by my name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. Should, Your Honor? All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Flawless killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But, in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's all my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Flawless killed himself. Mia, can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then, one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in the courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. Very little information about the case were released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No, official reports have actually called it a murder. It was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down. My life became nothing but long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then, one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed. The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. But oh, Mia, she didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
Someone like me. Someone who slept away their best days. There were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, right? Huh? Me? If I hadn't drunk that Stupid poison. Mia Fey never would have died. Much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It's all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So, that's why you became a prosecutor.
Yeah, Diego's just a fucking hater. That's what I've been saying this whole time. He's just a hater. He's just a hater. He's just...
Look, Godot, I'm really sorry, mate. You need to go to therapy. My other reason to live. She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Karain village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris.
Godot projecting the hate for himself and his rejects onto Phoenix. Yeah, kind of. That's kind of what is happening, isn't it? Ugh, God, he's so sad. Go to therapy.
She was to take the fall in my backup plan, in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said the Master Karain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements at all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you.
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one that has a sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use the sword to protect you from Morgan Fay, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother?
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearl's, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight?
Well,
If you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we could read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
she was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Kerrang, Misty Fey's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Tried. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to the incident has been laid bare. There's one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There's only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, try it. If you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all.
Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt. You can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya,
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why, yeah, I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do that. Do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect me and me too.
Maya. I know that.
Nick,
but even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Fey, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just when I was splattered, then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. She struck back. the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed, and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them. But then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Huh. Things break, Dryad. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Light shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but just after that, you turned towards the light and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the light was coming from Mr. Godot's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember, after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? And that blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So, that was the killer stabbed from... That was the killer... So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt. Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? Struck back. How do you know that?
Well, you're right, I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sound of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horrors than any young lady should ever have to in her life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area went dark.
They went out?
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean? The red light was coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight.
Maybe the mask was damaged.
Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right. Or maybe the little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard, then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then, the scream came from the killer. It's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer sold the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but this interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us all waiting longer, Trite. There's only one other thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back the killer?
Well, this blade with unidentified blood on it.
Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. The dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found it this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all you know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten about the blood? That the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of blood would prove that it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court. This is the end. Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found in the morning by a detective that brought it to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought the dagger here to the courtroom. Yes. What does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. That's... can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. The blood doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What?
I mean, sure, why don't we just get it tested?
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer must have been wounded. Alright then,
Oh, wait a minute.
what's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya?
This dagger You said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But if Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya. Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you all talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember, back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was at the inner temple was trapped there.
Ah, that's right. Since the bridge was fixed, the police headed to the inner temple.
Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Order in the court. Was a Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? The judge takes smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he would get blood on them.
Objection.
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes, with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. So, that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that. It's the one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you wanted. That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? I'm confident, what do you mean? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. I've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach things from a different angle. You gotta turn it about, Phoenix. It's a turnabout. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided that it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place a killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say?
Hidden?
This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there are no bloodstains on his clothing. I just need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop. Try. Let's hear what you've got. Where's the location where you say the killer hid his wound?
Oh, and I have to present something for it too. A very, very, very good question. Where did the killer hide his wound? Where did the killer hide his wound? On the lantern? No. Where did the killer hide his wound? What possible places could your wound be, sir? Let's think. If you could hide your wound if it was under your mask, because you're already fucked up there, so would it... Is that what we're gonna say? Is that what we're saying? You got stabbed in the fucking eyeball? Cause that would fucking hurt. What are you talking about? And frankly, I don't even know. Yeah, I'm not half the way she was. Is that right? Isn't that right? I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. Yeah, that's what he was. What was that just now? Mia. It can't be. Yeah, like, he just, dude, just, look, it's just on him, it's just a stab wound on you. You're living on through him. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. Yes, I was right. During the fight, the red light given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask was falling off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Jesus Christ. You good there, mate? Just now, I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia Fey die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. Truth is, the only person I could never find the heart to forgive was me. You, yourself. I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth. just escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia. Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask, threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, and there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
And I didn't do that. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason.
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I wasn't trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Keep fucking those up. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? At night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. Not sure exactly what was going on in my head at that point. Was I really motivated by pure desire to protect my affair? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this. But if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks. Your wound. It's bleeding. you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. This must be my tears. Tears. Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this moment.
Mr. Armando,
You'd do well to remember this, Maya. The only thing a lawyer can cry, the only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. But even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of that very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way, it's just, it can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship we were... For those 8 months. The woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me, Finny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. What? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you that bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move or about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed. Something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you.
Why didn't? Okay, if you wanted it back that badly, why didn't you just try breaking up with the guy? That would have worked.
Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't even consult me about her plan for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you two. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drunk over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright?
Aww. Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least your name.
So thanks, Godot, for finally saying my name right.
At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant
Not guilty. Court is now adjourned.
So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day, you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. Handle a lot of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking, just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Nick,
Maya,
I guess I'll just... It's just like my sis said.
Mia, what did you did she say?
That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this was what she wrote back in my note. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
But
Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything, and you have done for us, Nick.
am I playing Investigations and Apollo Justice? I will be playing Apollo Justice next, just because I have Investigations on my Switch and not on Steam. If I had Investigations on Steam, I would be playing that. Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francisca! Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work today, right?
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. But where were you, Nick?
I heard he fell into the river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever and with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training.
I bet. Oh, I bet Edward would love to see that.
Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca.
I don't suppose there's room for me in the group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry.
What's with the, longer face than usual? I realised something when I was reborn. I realised that Larry was never any use to anyone. Not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Well,
Nick, is it true? I've got a place in the world, right?
huh?
Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lacked resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well too? Yeah. My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So, then, you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to model my next picture book, Francie, don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pearl, that was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearly.
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful, despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears. And I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one who was badly wounded in this incident. In fact, there was someone who was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! And tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Her cousin, obviously. Pearl Fey. Poor kid, after all. The reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. For the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it is a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again.
Oh, hey! So, this is where you guys were.
What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary just sort of kind of gone down a teeny weeny bit, but it's all right. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah,
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe. You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean
très bien. Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go. Everyone can't. Let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting now. Hey, you crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be the losers, shack eating potatoes.
You know, Myra's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh?
I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What do I do?
Detective Gumshoe? Yeah? What is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick.
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but yeah. Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But
Where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think that pearls might have gone to.
Hazakura Temple.
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So you're here. Pearly's here.
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Pearly's not here.
Maya, the hanging scroll. Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be pearls.
Mystic Maya. Pearly? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault. Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here.
It's the last place I could do. It's the least I could do. To pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. Truly are the daughter of the Mystic Maya. Misty. Sister
Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, she was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me till the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong, even at At the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule, or something, of masters to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman.
The reason that Misty kept by her heart and would never take it off. It wasn't the container that was so important, rather, it was the contents. That's
A photo? Mother.
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? As a true measure of human life, of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando. Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of that, from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember. A day where a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate that what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay. Alright. I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
I know. And I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 of you when you come back.
Alright. We're going to have a great feast today, Burley. And you know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but
What is it, Nick?
reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally.
Huh?
That's a great idea, after all, Mr. Nick. You would do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can say just one thing. One little thing.
Sure! Of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing.
I really have to work extra hard now. Master Crane and Office Manager Wright & Co. Be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked or captured or something like that.
Oh, warm fuzzies in my chesty.
So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. I went through the special course too in the end. Actually, I heard there's an legendary extra special ultra course. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making a secret reservation.
Shuichi Muramoto. Thanks, dude. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just...
Don't worry about it. It's in the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Oh, so they're going on a date.
Hyoko, Takada, Shiaki Teramoto. Yeah. Hi, Adrian. Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thank you for the Treasures of the Crane exhibit. It was a great success. Even got to see Miss Von Karma. She taught me how to use a whip and said I must show you what I've learned.
Oh, okay, shut up. Adrian and Francisca being friends is cute. Kids, that's the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Hi, Delight. Desi and I started a company called Mastermask Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans and criminals of the city. Our motto is to cut it out, please. Pretty please, huh?
Well,
God, they're so cute. They're so cute. So many straight ships. So many straight ships. They're so cute. I missed you, Ron. You're so cute.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tiger, so I lent him $5,000 for tea set. A special thick tea, a mixture with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. A win through compromise.
Cute.
Makoto Fujimi Takashi Koitike.
I'm just old and in the way, wrinkly and grumpy. At least that's what I thought. Grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Thank you for embarrassing the 69-year-old and cried like a baby. Noriyuki Iwadare on the music. Cute. Oh my god. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along with him. His name is Adamada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits were aligned perfectly. Oh, Basil, I love you.
She's so hot, dude. She's so hot.
My, some more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money I can hardly know what to do with it. I think the magazines like us because provide a visual. It's hardly wait until Iris to come back.
No. Desi loved her husband the whole time. Ron and Desi are so in love.
You've turned into a much more respectable man, Finny. It's so sweet of you and everyone to come by and visit me today. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes for me. I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard that your nose bled.
Yay! Ben, Groban, Jude. Seon Kim. Dude, I love Miles' voice so much. Christina Catano. She's so pretty.
Objection!
James C. Wilson.
Janet.
David Crislip. I imagine his was like one of the most fun ones to do. What's this? I'm back to the long tiring vacation and no one's here to greet me. I guess I was all gone whippersnapper, but he quit. Switches, I have to, oh my god. I finally found something I love to do. Francie's whippity whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. Should have realized sooner, self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist! I'm a really good portrait artist! I'm not a loser after all. I guess I was right about, I guess I was right about Manfred's boys, but look at them! Oh, look at them! Look at all of them! My babies, all of my babies! Oh my gosh. It's such a good game. It's such a good game. Such a good fucking game, guys. Such a good game. Such a good game. Such a good game. Like, we don't know if Godot is dead yet. It's such a good game. You guys want to do a tier list now? You want to do a tier list of all the characters? Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Phoenix. Trilogy. Three Fivers pick. You're so good, man. It's so good. Look, you can ship Phoenix with Iris if you really want to. Right worth forever, man. They deserve it. They deserve it. He deserves it. Really. All of them. Do forever and ever. Oh, character banking. This is everyone? Yes, it is. You guys wanna do a tier list? You guys wanna do a tier list? I'm gonna fucking cry if I don't think about something else right now. Minimize that. Close this. No, I need that open. I need I need you to capture this for me, please. There we go. Yuck. 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 Tier list time. Tier list time. Tier list time with all the characters. Tier list time to close everything out. Tier list time. Okay, it looks like this is in alphabetical order rather than the order they appeared in, which I guess makes sense, but it does make it a bit annoying for me. Fucking this guy. Acro was his name. He was pretty okay, but I didn't care about him, and like, he was fine and all, but like, not guy I give a shit about. Fucking, you can say it's C. C is appropriate for this guy. Adrian Andrews, fucking love her. I don't know why, but I love her so much. She's so good, and I'm so glad that she's living her best life. Oh, she deserves so much happiness in her world. Oh, I love her so. She gets an A tier, straight up. Straight up, I love her. Mr. Luke Abney, Mr. Ian Sinclair, I'm completely and utterly biased towards him. I fucking love this dude. I love him so much. He's such a dick. He's such a little bitch. He's such a little bitch. And I love him so much. And I love that they stole his catchphrase. I love him. He's such a weirdo. Ron, I fucking love Ron. I love Ron so much. He's so cute. Oh my god, Ron. I'm so glad Ron's happy. I'm so glad Ron's having the best time of his life ever. This chick. Angel? She was okay. I think BT is appropriate for her. She's fine, I guess. Like, cool. Like, I like you better than I like Acro, but do I truly have anything to say about you? Not really. This chick, not my type. She was fun to voice. But, she was just, first case, she's not, it's not like super incredible, Iris? Iris was okay. Definitely, she's not like the kind of character I get super into, but she's fine. She's fine. She's fine. Yeah, there's Dahlia down here. We'll deal with Dahlia when we get there. The bellboy. I love him. I love him. He's such a sweet guy. He gets so quickly absorbed in like potential fame, and I love his outfit, and I love voicing him. He's so cute. This guy. Here's the thing with this guy is I think I like his kind of character. I love ventriloquists and shit. I like those kind of characters, and I think his name and Trilo is just a fucking great name. But not sure how I feel. But he was 30 years old, and the chick he was into was 16. So just imagine that he's sitting right here. Put him at Z tier for just that. Look, there's no Z. The furthest down we can go is D, and I can't pretend that I disliked hanging out with him more than I disliked hanging out with some of these guys. Bikini. She was fine. Nothing special, really. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing her again, I guess. Dahlia was a fine character. Not really the character I would get into personally. But I do understand why people like her a lot. She's a good character. She is good and flawed. I mean, probably. There's like every character who showed up in the trilogy is down here, so you know, characters will show up eventually. The kid was a kid. Nothing more I can say about that. This lady, there was nothing to her, but she was fucking attractive. She's so hot, man. She's so hot. But there is nothing to her character. She is fuck all, but she's sexy. Miles Edgeworth S tier. No need to elaborate. That's Miles Edgeworth, guys. It's Miles Edgeworth. I love Miles Edgeworth. That's my baby. That's my guy, little guy. I'd fucking cry my eyes out for him. What guy? He's Miles Edgeworth, guys. It's Miles Edgeworth. Misty, she's fine. She's also hot, but in a different way to the director. She's fine, I guess. I actually... Look, honey, I know I hung out with you for like 13 hours. I don't remember your name. But I know that I enjoyed hanging out with you. I know that I enjoyed hanging out with you. But I don't remember your name. But you were fun. You were fun. You were a good... Look, I did miss Maya in that time, but I liked you as well. Franziska von Karma, no explanation needed. That's Franziska von Karma. She's hot. First of all, she's hot. She's got a good color palette. I'd cosplay her. I'd want her to step on me. That's Franziska von Karma. She's such a good character. I understand how she feels on an emotional level. So Godot. So I liked him when he was introduced. Right. I liked him when he was introduced. And then somewhere in the middle he kind of lost me. But with that last case, he kind of brought me back. So I don't think I'm gonna put him with Miles. But I'll put him with the other characters that I really like. Like, I'd buy merchandise of him, sort of thing, you know? This guy, he was a dick, but I kind of liked him. I kind of liked him. I wish he was around a bit longer. He fucking died immediately, but he was fine. Mr. Grossberg, I don't want to hang out with you, sir. Look, you're a good guy, you're a good character, but you kept talking about things and I didn't want to hear about them, so, you know. Detective Gumshoe! I love him so much. I love him so much. I can't believe that the very first time I ever met him in my entire life, I fucking hated him. I love him. I love him so much. Exactly. I don't want to hang out. You guys get it? I don't want to hang out with a guy who talks about hemorrhoids the whole time. So fucking C tier. Fuck that guy.
But Gumshoe, oh my god, Gumshoe, so fun. I love him. I love Gumshoe so much. I love him so much. This guy, look, he wasn't bad and he was fun to voice, but if I had to choose out of everyone in B tier, I would not want him to show up again. I don't know, I just wasn't into his vibe, I guess. This guy, no further explanation required. This guy, he was fine. I didn't mind him. Every character in that case wasn't like really my vibe, I guess. Except for a couple. But like, that guy, he was fine. Okay, he was fine. He was a guy, I guess. This lady. Again, fine. I wouldn't say that I particularly liked her. She existed. Fucking, oh my god. It's Marshall, guys. It's Marshall. Okay, Marshall. Okay. Marshall. Marshall, where should I put you? You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. And I don't dislike you. I don't dislike you, but there was something about you that I was abrasive to at the time, wasn't there? So be tier. There you go, Marshall. I don't know, perhaps one day I'll finally truly appreciate you, Marshall. Actually, I'm just gonna move this a bit over, maybe. No? We'll leave it there. We can leave it there. You can see it fine. I'm talking you through it, so you don't even need to see it. Anyway. Judge A. I don't like him that much. I don't know. He was just Canadian for no reason. Judge B. You know what? I understand Judge fans. I understand it. I completely understand it. I was getting into him too. Manfred von Karma. Okay. So, here's the thing. He's a good character. I like him as a character. I would totally read a fanfic about him. I would also totally willingly look at fan art of him because I think some of it would be interesting. But I do also really like making fun of him. And I wouldn't say that I would buy merchandise of him if given the choice. So, B tier. Basil? Fuck. What can I say? That's Basil. She was there for like 10 minutes. Not even a witness. But oh my god. You can't present me with that character design and not just let me have it. Fuck. I want that outfit so badly. She's so pretty. Lana Sky. You know what, Lana? I liked you. I understand you as a character too. I think under different circumstances I might relate to you as a character, but given the storyline that you have, less so, you know? But like, it's like the situation with Francisco. I understand how you feel on the inside, and it's really weird that you kind of look like me. But anyway, Larry. You know, You know. You know. His friends be kind of right, though. I don't like him that much. He's like... I don't mind when he's around, I guess. But like... I wouldn't... I'm not like excited for him to show up either. You know? Like... I just don't care that much about him. A lot of heart though. Lotta did definitely grow on me. She's so sweet. She's lovely. She's lovely. She's lovely. She's lovely, and I love a lady with curly hair. I love a lady with red hair. She's got a good outfit. She does photography. I love photography. But again, I'm not like, it's not like an excited sort of love. It's like, oh my god, hi Lotta, how you going? That kind of thing. Maggie Bird, she's okay. She's alright. She's cute. I like her. I'm glad that that things are going well for her, allegedly. You get to go up here. Jessie, you get to go up here with your husband, because you two are so cute, and everyone loves a good biker chick. Oh, she's so pretty. She's pretty. She's pretty, and I like her. I like her a lot. What the fuck was your name again? What was his name again? I don't fucking remember his name. He was a dick. He was a dick. And kind of... kind of oblivious a lot. But... yeah, you know, you just didn't really leave that big of an impression on me. For me to put you... You're not a big enough impression for me to put you in B tier. Max... Okay, here's the thing with Max. He's very similar to Tryler here, where it's like, I like that kind of character. And I like that kind of thing. But like, it didn't leave that big of an impression on me. And also... You're an adult, and the chick you're into is 16. So, you know. Maya? Oh my god, I love Maya. I got so attached to Maya. I love Maya. It's Maya. Oh. Like, I didn't even realize how much I missed. I love Maya, and how much I miss Maya until 1.5. God, Maya. This guy, I hope Meekins never shows up again. He hurt my fucking ears. The fucking dick with his fucking thing. His fucking... What'd you call it? Megaphone? That hurt my ears. I fucking hated it, and I wanted him to stop so badly. Mia Faye, I love her. Oh my god, it's Mia. Mia's so sweet, and I love Mia so much. Oh, Mia. What a sweet lady. What a sweet girl. Oh, it's Mia. Sweet little Mia. It's a dog. I think I wouldn't hate characters in the circus case if they weren't attracted. 16-year-old. I loved Mo though. Mo's the only one who... Yeah, that's the thing that's really tripping me up with it, is that, look, if they had just made the girl older, then it would be fine. But that's a 30-year-old man and a 16-year-old. Mo is like more of like
an uncle figure to her. So, like, he like gets a pass from me. He's not into that shit. He comes off a bit insufferable at first, but he's not bad. I mean, yeah, he's literally next. He kind of grew on me a little bit. Like, I wasn't super into him, like, when he first showed up. But nah, he was like, he was super cool. You know, if he wasn't a clown, you know, he could be a comedian, just maybe not a clown. I don't think his clown outfit is very good. Morgan Fay. Pretty older woman, and that's where it stops. Wendy. Woman, and that's where it stops. I don't hate Wendy. She's fine. She's fun when she shows up, but just don't care about her that much. This guy, Flawless. I mean, he exists, I guess. He didn't make that much of an impression on me, so I don't care about him at all. You know? Pain. He's fine. He's fun for a tutorial. He's fun for, like, the early trial stuff and shit, but I just don't care for him that much, you know? And I think that it's reasonable for me to not care that much for him. Pearly! Oh, Pearly is Pearly. I can't put Pearly in B tier. That'd be mean to Pearly. I can't be mean to Pearly. You understand, right, guys? I can't be mean to Pearly. It's Pearly. That lady, that chick, she's cute. She was cute. She was cute. She was super cute. Phoenix Wright. Look, Phoenix. Phoenix, I know that I make fun of you a lot. I know that I make fun of you a lot, Phoenix. I know that I make fun of you a lot, Phoenix. And that I like to call you things like judgmental and one without a hobby and various other things. But I do like you. I do think you're a good character. You're a solid guy and well, you know. Of course I'm a bit attached to you being the main character and all, but you know. Powers is nice. He's a good guy. I was so happy to see him again. What a nice dude. What a nice dude. What a solid dude, you know? What a solid dude, actually. I might shuffle some things around later. Red White, fucking prick. Fucking just straight prick. Fuck that guy. Barry. She was sweet. Oh, she was also fun to voice. I liked voicing her. And she was really sweet too. I hope she's having a good life too. What? Is that what you were called? Yeah. You existed, I guess, dude. Not a bad character. You had good sprites. I liked you. This guy. Fuck that guy. I don't want to have to look at him ever again. Parrot. I like birds. I like birds. Birds are good. I like birds. I like birds. I like birds. This dude, oh my god. Oh my god. First of all, character design, peak. Peak character design. Peak fat character design. Second of all, how else do you get to move up? Second of all, he was
really fun to voice. Third of all, I love me that kind of fucking character. God, he's so cool. I want him to show up again, please, please, please. I love you, Shelly. Shelly's so cool. This chick, fucking... What can I say? What can I say? It's a pretty goth chick. It's a pretty goth chick. That's all I really need to say, isn't it? This guy who looks like he's a fucking whore. I love his design. I love his design. He's got a really good design. He's got a really good fucking design. Do I put it on B or C? Just because, like... I don't have any, like... preference for him. I guess that means you get to go and C, because I have no preference for you. But I do like your design. I think you look like a fucking whore. Is Phoenix on hair? That, okay. That portrait of Phoenix, he does look like he was not prepared for a picture to be taken of him. This guy. Fucked if I care about that guy. I didn't hate him, but he was just existed, I guess. Tiger. Ugh. Look, I don't want him to show up again. It was fine. I didn't care about him at all. I didn't care about him at all. Anything I want to change? Anything I want to change? Look, there's no blue badger on this tier list, man. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't control. If they didn't have a portrait in the game, then they didn't get on this tier list, I guess. You want to put the blue badger in the deepest pit of hell? Yeah, fair enough. I would have too. I would have put it low on the tier list too. I kind of... A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P. Just gonna, I think that's about right. Yeah, I'm more happy with this now. Yeah. Fuck the blue badger and the stupid face that I had the fucking right angle, but it just was millimeter fucking off. Just a millimeter off. Oh, fucking hell, that fucking bit. It's okay, it was all worth it for you, sir. I salute you. Anyway. So, that's the very definitive tier list. The coolest tier list you've ever seen. The most correct tier list you've ever seen, really. No one could ever be more correct than I. Case15 doing it for Lana's smile. Yeah, despite the blue badger, we got a cool, great cat. I do really like all the characters in that case. I do think all the characters in that case were good. Angel and Marshall being the first ones, like, look at them all. Look, Case15, I fucking, that is going in my peak of all time in the trilogy cases, I think. I really fucking liked that case. I thought it was a good case. It was the first one that I didn't know what was going on with it, and I felt smart and I liked it and made me feel good inside, you know. But the that about wraps it up for Ace Attorney trilogy. So next week Monday we will be starting on Apollo Justice, which will be fun. It'll be very fun. I'm excited for Apollo. Sorry, just had to move something. Yes, I will be sharing the tier list in my server. I will post my results and also a link so that people can do it themselves if they'd like. Because I love doing tier lists and I love seeing other people's tier lists. Yes. I will be prepared for this case, for the tutorial case. I will be. That's a Monday me problem. I have a weekend to worry about first. But thank you to everyone who stopped in, said hi, watched this final case with me, and hung out as we did it all. Thank you for everyone who's been, for anyone who's been watching the entire trilogy as we played it through. I just wanted to like get through the whole thing and get it done. I didn't like the idea of doing multiple games at once, like starting one game and then starting another game and all that jazz. It just wasn't really my thing, I guess. But I'm glad, you know. I'm really happy that I played it. It made me feel good. I feel good. I like this game. I'm going to catch me saying a certain word again in the VODs. Maybe not in the VODs, but look, you might be able to worm it out of me one day. And if you find it in the VODs, clip it and send it to me. If you can't find it in the VODs, well then, I've evaded you once more. The master thief that I am. Okay. So then, shall we wrap things up? Shall we raid someone? I had fun with this. I enjoy this so much. This is so fun. So fun. Oh my god. Yes. Here you go. You guys can hang out with my friend. You guys can hang out with my friend. I've been waiting for the day to be able to do this to them. My master plan. Finally. Don't! Shut up! Don't say that to me! No! Shh! Don't. I don't have dreams, okay? I don't have dreams. I go to bed and then I wake up 7 hours later. I don't dream. That's the only defense I have for that against that accusation. Anyway, so I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday at Australian Central Standard Time at 9 o'clock in the morning. We will be playing Apollo Justice next Monday. So yeah, I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the day or night, and please go to bed. Please go to bed if you're tired. You need sleep. I am going to go make some dinner and enjoy myself. So,
Bye bye.